Hello. Hi, friends. Hold on. Oh my god. I can't even get my earbuds on properly. But I hope everyone's doing well. Breezy, thank you for getting me first. I don't know why Mix It Up didn't add it, so I had to like manually add it for you. Um, also, if y'all saw the ping in the Discord from like 2 hours ago, no, y'all didn't, because that was for something else. And I made the mistake of going live, and I just shit happened. And yeah, so we are live here now. We are live here now. But also we're gonna play some Phasmo, guys. I'm not sure how I feel about these ghosts today. Yeah, earlier I was playing a little bit and I was losing it, so I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. But also, we're live on TikTok as well. I finally figured out how to work TikTok again because your girl your girl was struggling with it. So I was like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of TikTok for the time being. So I was not live on TikTok for the last couple of days. So um so yeah, we're gonna be on both. Hopefully. Ooh, I got the hiccups. Hopefully I don't lag or anything because I don't know. I've been trying to test out a lot of things with my like settings and stuff, and like I don't know, like for some reason like my OBS just hates is like fighting me a lot. So I don't know, we'll get that taken care of soon, hopefully. Okay, captured 3 unique photos, 3 unique videos, and witness a freaking witness a freaking ghost event. Okay. Well, okay. But I hope everyone's doing good. We're not sure. Okay, so Jack is a straight man. But he could be gay. So I don't know. He could be a part of the LGBTQ community. I'm hating these bugs right now in Phasmo. Like, what do you mean? And of course, the freaking breaker is in the garage. The freaking. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's down here. I'm pretty sure because it was just messing with the door. I'm 100% certain it's down here. So I'm gonna just keep these down here for now. And I'm gonna get me... Wait, you know what? I'm gonna turn on these lights. Because why the fuck not? Okay, I'm not seeing, dots? Or orbs, I mean. Hi, Augie! Okay, it's probably... Wait. No, it's not there. It's not even down here. What the hell? Okay, so you hate me, for sure. You're a homophobic ghost. Got it. You lied to me, making me think that you were actually over here. What are you throwing? Sir, you're not allowed to throw shit. Okay? Hi, Yogi! Okay. I need to fix this sound alerts, by the way, guys. I'm so sorry. Hold on, give me 1 second. I need to fix the sound alerts for here. Hold on. I just need to fix the sound redeems, because y'all, I don't know if y'all heard those. Am I playing solo? Yes, I am. I am playing solo. Here, let me try.
Oh, as if.
Okay, there you go. I'm like, well, I don't know why y'all didn't hear that earlier. Okay, there. I just wanted to make sure they were working, because I wasn't hearing the sound alerts earlier. So, yeah. Oh, you're brave, girl. Yeah, I normally play with friends, but my usual partners are like literally not even here. So I'm stuck doing solo. I'm stuck doing solo until they get on. Because I have 2 people that I normally play with, but one of them, like, his sleep schedule is always fucked, so I'm like, are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Okay. Oh, right. I need to put you here. But yeah, I normally play with other people. You're more than welcome to play with me, Yogi, if you'd like. I can teach you. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to fix the camera, actually. Uh, wait, before I step in the house? Shit, it's bugged. Well, I couldn't get that on recording, but... Okay, I did witness a ghost event, but I personally just I need evidence. I need evidence. But also, how are you guys doing, by the way? How are you guys feeling? Okay, so I'm gonna just assume no orbs. Because, like, I would have gotten them in the very beginning, but... Okay, lights are flickering, but... Oh. Oh, not you. Oh. Not you knocking down my shit. That's rude. Okay, hold on. I feel like it... Wait. Okay, we did get Spirit Box. Hold on. We did get Spirit Box. Okay, so it's not a demon. Cool. I was hoping it was not.
Person died.
Okay, ma'am.
A young individual.
Okay, you're a young individual. Oh. Hi, Froggy.
The young individual.
Okay.
Of a young Hi, how are you?
Welcome in. How are you doing?
Oh, as if.
I'm a camel. Okay, so we got all three of our objectives done, guys. So we got EMF 5, by the way. Okay, so it's not... Okay, so it's not orbs. It's not a Diane. Um... Oh! Oh my god. Camel, I'm so sorry. It's dots. A dots ghost! That's rude. That's rude. Okay, so we got... It's a wraith. Interesting. I was about to bring in salt too. Okay, so... I just need one more photo. One more photo. One more video. And 3 sounds. Because I just figured out what the ghost was. Okay, so... Okay. I'm pretty sure that was dots. I saw a leg in there. I'm 100% certain it was a wraith. I'm gonna test for salt just in case, but yeah, I'm gonna test for salt just in case, but I don't know. But how are you doing, Froggy? Sleepy but great. But also are you free to like play uh
A young individual.
are you here? Are you here?
Young, let's say.
Very hot, making you sleepy. That's valid. I'm here back. Welcome back. I'm pretty sure it was a Dots ghost. Or, Dots. I'm 100% certain it was a wraith. Because it didn't write in the book, so... Um... um... Wait, where the hell did I put my thermometer? Oh, here it is. Okay, I got a picture. I got all my pictures. Okay, I just need one more video. Just need one more video, that's it. Oh. No, I got a door moved already. I'm 100% certain it's a wraith, and it hasn't stepped in salt or anything, so... Wait a minute. Did I get an object thrown already? Okay, I got all my shit. So... I got all my shit. I'm 100% sure it's a wraith because it didn't step in the freaking salt. So... I'm just gonna automatically assume it is. And call it. Okay, so... Okay, cool. Yeah, because it wasn't ghost orbs, it wasn't freezing, it wasn't ghost writing. So I'm gonna just call it here for the ghost hunt. I'm 100% sure. I got it right. Let's freaking go. But, Camel, if you're still here, let me know if you want to join. W Bing Bongos? Well, yes, yes. Well, actually, this goes for anyone. If anyone wants to join, feel free. I don't mind people joining. I have to do the challenge mode. Oh my god.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I do want to try one day to like join public lobbies, but like I don't know. Like I'd get too scared to like join a public lobby. But yeah, if anyone wants to join me, I can put it in the Phasmo chat in Discord. I have no idea what pub Phas lobbies are like. I have no idea either. Honestly, I don't even want to know personally. Hi, Miraculous. Let's see. How are you doing? Okay, I just put the code in the Phasmophobia chat in the server. So if anyone would like to join, they can. But no pressure at all. I can definitely... Also, I need to upgrade my... Oh, wait. I don't know if I have enough. I don't know if I have enough for, like, a upgrade. I should upgrade my salt, but... Or sanity meds, I should say. I feel like I don't need to... Okay, upgrade my UV. Because I already have tier 2. I could upgrade my motion sensor, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna wait, probably. Also, I need to close off Discord real quick because I don't want to have too many things open. I'm gonna go Willow. Has anyone tried the new restricted maps for some of the existing maps already? Hi, Jimenez. How are you?
Oh, as if.
Okay, it's another male ghost, and the breaker's in the garage. And thank you for clocking in your daily attendance and your latte. I hope you enjoy. Okay. I'm gonna like oh. I hate the monkey's paw, bro. I hate it. I hate it. The bone could be downstairs, I feel. Ghost orbs, and the bone is down here, yes. How did I know? How did I know it was gonna be downstairs? And it's not an Oni, because, it was a miss from Ghost, so... Okay, so... I'm gonna set up some cameras. Da, da, da. Okay, so ghost orbs. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, ghost orbs. Okay, so it's either Banshee, Dayan, Cormos, Hantu. Okay. No, that was a misform. Hello? Oh. Hold on. I don't know why I thought that was ghost orbs. Oh well. I know it's not an Oni, so let's double check. No ghost orbs. At least. No ghost orbies. Okay, so it tracked me. Did it change rooms? Also, of course it turned off the breaker. Um, did it change rooms? Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Did it change rooms? I'm 100% certain it changed rooms. Yeah, you did. Okay, I'm gonna bring down the thermometer. I don't have any evidence except for 2 photos and a video. Du-du-du. Okay. Wait. Um. Yeah, we're gonna... Wait, hold on. Let me also take... Let me just take one of these for extra measures. Da-da-da. Okay, freezing temps. Are you here? Are you near? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you young? Are you old? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you?
Tragic.
Oh. Wait a minute. Hmm? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here?
Here in the close to.
Okay, so spirit box. A freezing and spirit box. So spirit box, freezing. So it could be a mimic, Onryo. No, it's not an Onryo because I would have seen ghost orbs. So actually, I want to double check for ghost orbs anyway since the rune changed. So we'll double check right now. Actually. Oh, yep, it's an Onryo. It's an actual Onryo. Okay. So it is an Onryo, okay. And I just didn't get it. Okay, let's see. What do Onryos do? Okay, I'm gonna bring in a... Okay. So I got 3 videos. Need to capture a video of the ghost, so... Mama, stop motion sensing. Please. Okay. I mean, essentially, you still would need a flashlight, but, like... Let's see. Hold on. Let me get a photo. Because I never carry enough stuff. Yeah. That's valid, though. But I felt like even with my brightness up, I couldn't see. That is also valid. No, that could... Oh. Actually, that worked out in my favor. Okay, hold on. Hold on. But I always say bring a flashlight anyway, just because you never know what's gonna happen. Because like I always just bring one anyway. Oops. Okay, I need 2 more sounds. I need to capture a video of the ghost and parabolic. Okay. I need 1 more photo. I'm trying to get it to burn the cruci, but no, a bunch of random shit about zero evidence test because I have I watch early morning often. Yeah. I do need it to haunt. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. I could get more money, but like, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth. Lola behind you, girl. I'm outside. I mean, you did cause it to event, so there's that, Lemur. god. That was so fucking close. Hi, Chelsea. Welcome in on TikTok. How are you? Thank you for liking the live. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I need to repel it again. It should say in the live info in the chat, Chelsea. Mm. It's not too bad. This is not that scary. Occasionally, like, you'll get jump scared by the ghost, but other than that, it's not really, like, scary. Where did the webcam go? Hello? Oh, here. This is not a hiding spot. Fuck. I need to repel it. And I do need to get a video of the ghost, so fuck. Oh, demonologist? Yeah. I guess I'll... It's like, I pretty much know what it is. But, like, I hate... I wish to trap the ghost. I wish to trap the ghost. Wait, did it not work? I wish to trap the ghost. It's 8:30 or 7, almost 8. It's almost 8 p.m. But have a good night. Yes. I okay, so I just need one more photo and one more audio recording. Y'all, I did it. Look at me. Camel would be so proud. Okay. I think let me double check the crucies actually. I only have one more of these. And I need to make it count. Okay, I got all three of my eject. Okay, so I just need one more picture and one more audio recording, and that's it. Hmm. I wish to be safe. Of course, you would invent. Yes, slay. Y'all, okay, I'm eating. Let's freaking go. Oh my god, look at me. Who is she? Y'all, look. I got a perfect game, and I didn't die. So, I'm gonna clock it. Damn, GG's. Ooh, yes, GG's. Y'all, okay, look at me go. Okay. Would you like to join me, my breezy? Hold on. I also gotta check some notifications real quickly. Oh, girl, I just started Fields of Mystery. Girl, come join me. It's cozy time. That's valid. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. I'm just checking a couple noties real quickly. Okay. Also, guys, okay, so I know ads just recently started, but I'm gonna take a quick little break. They're about to end anyway, but I need to go stretch and get some water. I also need to go find a little snack to eat if I do have anything to snack on. But I will be back in a couple minutes, okay? BRB. Michaela! 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 You... Oh my freaking gosh! See, this is why I don't like Haley. It's because she's judgmental. What? Okay, what the heck? Sam is over here imagining things. Okay, Sam, is that all you care about? Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yes, 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 yes. I want it. I want the body. Please, I'm begging you.
Let's finish this.
Down.
Hi, my May. Oh wait, or oh, let me see.
There's a chest on the way down.
Y'all didn't see that.
What did you do?
Nothing. I know she's fucking mad. I know she's so fucking mad, bro. I know she's so fucking mad. I love you so much. I'm so sorry, but that was so fucking funny. Oh. Did he have a Mori? Daddy? Daddy, can you Mori me? Can you Mori me? Daddy Wesker, can you Mori me? Can you Mori me? I want you to Mori me. Come on, me too. Me too.
Let's finish this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was... I can't mix these. Help? What? Why do you look like that? What the heck, artist? Why do you look like that? Chopping your onions and stuff. What the heck? Hate it? It's annoying. It's annoying. But yeah, you definitely for sure play it. Resident Evil 6 was one of my favorite games, actually. Daddy Zeno, Daddy Zeno! Daddy! Oh my god. Hey. Hey, Daddy. Oh my god.
Who are you?
Oh my god, I want him to play with my pussy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Ada, you said it yourself. It's a federal case. I don't
Leon,
have the authority.
Look at me.
Damn.
I'm
Okay.
a liability now. If I'm gonna finish this case, you're the last hope I've got.
I'm not just gonna leave you here. What if you're attacked? What if you need help?
Cool. Crazy. Not her shutting his ass up
Don't worry about me.
with a kiss.
I gotta see
Wild. What? How? How did they know we're... Oh, shit! Fuck you! Okay, I'm not gonna farm. I'm so sorry. I was trying to not farm you. Okay, y'all, I'm back. I need to double check to see. I need to keep doing this so that way I can get the ID card and badge. Hi, Raven. I also need to do Point Hope. And I also need to do Camp Woodwind. I'm not gonna do Sunny Meadows or any of the farmhouses by myself. I'm also not gonna do the lighthouse. I didn't hear my sound. Is that because of the BRB? Oh, did you not hear it? Hold on. I don't know. But I know I added it, so let's see, hold on. Let me...
Now you have been promoted.
You are now one of my only employees. It should have played right as soon as you entered, Raven, so it could have been from the BRB screen. Because I do have it all the way turned up, so... Here, hold on.
I saw a squirrel. He was doing like this.
Yeah, it's just that it's really low, so... So there. I did test it for you. Hold on. Because what was that sound alert? What was that sound alert you sent me? Hold on. Hold on. Mm, uh,
Ah, as if. Ah, as if.
Hi, my elixir. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out something for Raven. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, as if.
Ah, as if. Okay, hold on. Okay, I want to test
saw
it.
a squirrel. He was doing like this.
Okay, was that louder? Because I feel like that was a little bit louder. But, I mean, if you can find, like, a louder one... I mean, if you want, I can also get a different sound alert for you. Unless you really want that one, then I'll keep it, um, but, I mean, I would say definitely for sure, like, try to, like, type when I'm, like, not on the, BRB screen, because because the sounds are gonna be overtuned with the BRB screen. So, I don't want you to be like, I didn't hear my sound, and then, yeah. So, just try to, just try to, just try to do it like when just try to do it before like I go on BRB or something. Um, okay. Y'all are gonna see me do a lot of Willow Street tonight, so, just because I'm trying to get the badge.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. This here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it to help your investigation.
Da-da-da. The damn breakers in the freaking basement. Also, tonight's stream is going to be like a somewhat of a short one, so I don't want to like... I don't want to like, stream for too long today. Oh. Well, I know where the ghost room is. Oh wait, hold on. That better be ghost orbs, unless it was a misform. It's not an Oni. Okay, so where's the music box? Hello? No. Wait, is it bugged? Is it bugged? No, you gotta be kidding me, right? Is what bugged? Oh, never mind. I passed the tarot cards. I was like, I thought for some reason, I thought the cursed item was bugged and I didn't realize it, let's see. Okay, so... And I didn't bother taking a peek at the tarot cards close enough, because I didn't really fully look. On Faz, whenever you finish your game. Okay. I just wasn't sure whenever you would hop on, so I was like, I'll just play a couple. Okay. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's misform. Not dots, or not Orbeez. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in this room, in the bathroom. Let's see. I'm 100% certain it's in the bathroom, because I did see my cold breath in there, and it did misform. It's not an Oni. Wait, where did the, what's the ghost's name? Janice. So it could be a Banshee or a Diane. Okay, I'm gonna get a thermometer. Also, Camel, I guessed 3 ghosts correctly earlier, and you'd be so proud of me that I actually survived. I did! I looped it! And I used the monkey paw. Can you believe that? I actually used a freaking monkey paw. Because, like, okay, so Lemur, hi, my elixir. I love you. I miss you. So playing with me is rubbing off on you? Well, I hate to admit it, but yes. It moved? Hello? It literally was in that room. Lemur, I am blaming you for the fucking shenanigans you did earlier. That piece of shit better not be downstairs. Yeah, oh. Oh. It's here. Could be freezing temps. So, let me... You bitch! Stop turning off shit. EMF 4. Oh wait, hold on. You know what? Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna die here. It's a demon. It's a demon. It's a demon. 100%. A fucking yokai? Are you? No, that's bullshit. Also, Camel, I did put the code in the Phasmophobia channel. So, so if you did want to join through there, Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This is like the first time I died tonight, actually, which is crazy to me. I'm waiting for Camel. See, I blame Lemur for my death. I was on a win streak and then Lemur ruined it. Lemur ruined my win streak. Also my elixir. Did you make it home? Hi, my Camel.
Hi.
I know you said you had a rough day at work. I'm so sorry.
Can you disable your loadout for a second?
Oh yeah, let me disable it. Oh wait. Oops. Okay, quick loadouts. Yeah, I have all tier 2 stuff, so if you have like any tier 3, and then I'll just add to whatever.
No, you can just click the disable loadout button to take it all off, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
bottom next to reset loadout, it's disable loadout, and it just takes it all off. And then you can enable it without spending any money since you've already enabled it before.
Okay. Okay, so I pretty much disabled everything. I do still have tier 2 stuff on. And then I guess I'll bring my tier 1 igniters as well. Okay, and then okay, I think everything is good. Unless you have, yeah, I'll bring. Do you have what kind of salt and sanity do you have?
Tier 2, I think. Yeah, tier 2.
Okay, can you?
Get salt to level 65.
Okay, I can bring my sanity meds, even though it's tier 1. Can you bring your salt? Because I only have
Oh,
tier
I
1.
thought it was on the... Yeah, why is it not adding to it?
I don't know.
There it goes.
Okay. Oh, wait. Should I add my motion sensors? Because it only has tier 1, tier 2 that you have. And I don't know if you have more parabolics, but I can take off mine.
It should be 3 motion sensors. There.
Okay, there. Okay. Should I tier up anything? Because like, I only have, well, I did lose a couple dollars, but I don't know if I should tier anything up.
I mean, what all can you do?
Well, I can tier up my flashlights. I can tier up my spirit box video camera. I can tier up my igniters, my motion sensors, and I can also upgrade my sanity and my sound sensors. But I don't really we don't really use sound sensors like that, so I'm not gonna upgrade them. I can upgrade my
Igniter's probably the best.
oh, also I can upgrade my salt and my parabolic.
Yeah, definitely do igniter and salt.
Okay. Okay, so I might only have enough for one. So which one should I do first?
Salt.
Oh wait, actually I do have enough for 2, but I only have $900 left. So should I just save the 900?
Probably.
Okay. Oh. Let's see. Okay. And then I'll keep it. Yeah, Lemur, this is your fault. You made me lose my win streak, okay?
Yeah, me now, so now you can have a dying streak. Because we die most of our games.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so we need to capture a photo of the EMF, parabolic, and then firelight.
I'll bring parabolic to find the room then. Because the past couple times I've done that, just I've been annoyed while finding the room anyways.
Okay. Haunted mirror. I mean, I think it might be in the living room because I did see Breath over there.
It's snowing, so we'll have breath everywhere.
Did you find the bone yet or no? Never mind, I found it. No. It just blew out the light in there. I'm pretty sure it's in here. It just blew out the light in the dining room. No orbs, but I'm not gonna take my chances. Pretty sure it's in the dining room, though. And I don't see any orbs yet, though, either.
How cold is it in here?
Here, let me check. It's like 45 degrees, so it's like the coldest, I think. It could also be in the garage, too. I don't know if that was a hunt or not. I'm assuming garage or kitchen. Because, like, those two are, like, the kind of the coldest in there.
It's in the bed. How old are you? Where are you? 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 You have 5.
Oh, UV.
UV.
Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Okay, no spirit box. Maybe. It turned off the breaker, by the way. No orbs. Keeps throwing shit. Um, you said ghostwriting?
Yes.
Oh, what's the fuck is smiling?
You delete the duplicate sound.
Oops. Um, let's see. Hmm. La da 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 da. Is it hunting or what? No, it's not. I don't think so. Oh, it is. Are you alive?
No. We just need 2 videos, and also both the crucifixes have burned on that one. So we need a new one.
Listen, I didn't know that you were there. I didn't know that you were there. I just thought you were walking away. It's on your body? Okay. Listen, I thought you were still walking because it glitched you out. It didn't even show you walking in the closet. So I was like, oh, damn. Okay. Well, let me just take this. And oh. Where do I put it? In the room? Should I put it in the room? Should I put it in the room or what? I forgot that there was a fucking cat in the thingy, and I'm like, what the fuck is that sound? I don't know how I didn't die. What, camel? What? Did I not get it? You fucking bitch. You gotta be kidding me, right? You're joking, right? I didn't get that. I didn't get a freaking thingy. Listen, camel, I'm hungry, okay? I could have gotten that sound, but I didn't. Did that not count? How did that not count? Bro, I hate it here. I freaking hate it here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I hate it here, bro.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I hate it. I should have just left.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting.
That also isn't a good hiding spot because it can't just wander over there and kill you. It can't. By closet, I meant the other one because the parabolic mic works really far away, so you can probably hear across the whole house. So you could just hit in the other closet, and then when you hear it start hunting in the microphone, then you trap it, and it's too far away to detect it.
We can have to capture a video of the ghost, by the way. So,
The other one does videos anyways.
listen.
Unless you force me to go back in, like last night.
Listen, you know what? It was for good reason, okay?
Phone is an art room.
Breaker's in the garage.
I think this is the ghost room.
What? This one?
Yeah, this hallway. It's 9.6, the rest of the house is 30.
I'm really hoping it's not a freaking shade. I also hope Camel's wrong about this being the room.
Could just change rooms. Oh, it's 6.6 here. This is the room for sure.
Unless there's somewhere slightly colder.
16 in there. 16 in here.
Could it be the back one?
5 out here. $17 in here.
Give me a 5. Fucking
Just like
dots, bro.
dots.
Yes.
See, I told you it's the room. You're doubting me.
Listen.
It's probably Wraith. I think it walked over the soul.
Okay, I want to look for the cursed object. Where are you?
Spirit box.
Goodbye.
How old are you? Where are you? How old are you?
Goodbye. I'm gonna take some sanity meds since I talked to the Ouija board. Oh, he said spirit box, by the way, too. It's a wraith. You need to take some meds, Camel.
You sound like my doctor.
Listen, you're the one who's always pressing me to take my, sanity meds anyway, so come.
I was getting the sounds first, because it kept on doing stuff. I also want to go turn on the breaker, but I went basement, because I thought it was down there.
Okay, we still need a video, and... of the ghost. My tater. Have you come to be messy? Oh, you bitch! You walked right through me. I hate this dot. I hate the dots projector. You bitch! You walked right through me. Didn't even get me. No, I'm just here with all love.
I'm gonna grab
Okay.
another one.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. My tater. I actually.
Hey, I thought you were going to bed.
Oh! Not Camel being messy. Oh my god. Camel Tater said shut the fuck up, by the way.
I know. He's just mad because it's true.
Oh! Where did you put the other dots?
Kitchen.
Oh.
Do have a photo camera to maybe get a photo of dots. Because we need one more.
I don't have the camera. It's right there in front of you.
I have one.
You just... Okay. The dots ghost was like right there. Behind you, right when you started talking to me. I need one more video. And it has to be of the ghosts, so...
We need 3 more videos. We just have Ouija board and fire extinguish.
Oh, Lord. Oh! Zay? What are you oh lording about?
We also need to escape a hunt.
Okay. The freaking back camera dropped. Fuck. I guess. Oh, what did you do to Zay? Tater?
Burn the other cruci.
Minding your business. Okay.
By the way, the closet's locked, so we all have to go to the spot in the living room.
Damn it. I wasn't there to record because I got scared it was a hunt. Not gonna lie, I thought that was a hunt. I got scared. Oh my god. Can you turn off the motion sensor, Camel? Okay, we got everything except for the dots. No! It disappeared! What the fuck? Bro, I hate this ghost. Okay, there, I got the hunting video. I got the hunting video.
And I got this keep the ghost objective for
Okay, period. Okay, we got everything done. Okay. Tater, when are you gonna play this with us?
Welcome back.
You should play this with me and Camel. You'll have fun. Oh wait, I need to check to see how many I have left of this. Okay, I need 15 more of the artist retreat so that way I can get the badge for it. But we can do another map.
I'm at 18 out of 50.
I'm at 35 out of 50 on that one.
We've arrived. Check the equipment. Get set up before investigating. I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
La da da.
Bonus.
Bonus where?
Kitchen.
Oh. Oh, and tarot cards? Okay, it's basement. The breaker. Breaker's on. Oh. It's in the washroom. Fucking vented in my fucking face, you bitch.
It's in this room or the other one?
It's in the washroom.
Are you sure?
It just I saw breath in there. And it just vented on me in there too, so...
It can vent from a different room if it's on the same floor.
Well, it just spawned right inside the washroom.
It can vent from anywhere it's piano room.
Okay, I hate these ghosts, y'all.
Yeah, as long as it's close enough to you, it can vent on you. And if you're on the same floor, that's EMF 4.
It's dots as well. It evented like 3 times, so...
We're really low in sanity, by the way.
I'm coming outside to get one. Oh, you fucking bitch.
Me?
No, not you.
I turned the breaker on.
Breakers in basement.
Pretty sure it's another reef. It's EMF 5 and it can't be ghost riding. How old are you? Where are you?
Right here. An elderly
I already got this sound of it.
Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Where's the lighter?
I saw the candle behind you lit.
Huh?
I lit the candle behind you.
Oh.
I do have a video of it lighting the candle.
I mean, if you can take a picture of the dots close. The camera's right there.
I missed my fucking journal.
Oh my god. Let's see. Hold on. Where? Oh. You have a smudge, right?
Yeah, I have 2. Oh, you wanna go grab a parabolic microphone?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we just need one more photo. That's it. Oh my god. Our sanity's really low.
I have no clue where my lighter one.
Oh, here, I have one. We gotta capture a photo of the ghost and then parabolic.
It did burn a cruci again.
Are we out of crucies?
I have both of them in here. Oh no.
That
This
one?
one's burned all the way, but this one's good.
Yeah, all we need is a photo of the ghost and the parabolic. That's it. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, did you get the picture?
No, it didn't show up to get Dot's ghost.
Oh,
So fast.
it showed for me.
I mean, it showed the Dot's ghost, but it didn't show the thing on the camera to get a picture of it.
Not her saying hey. Timo! Told
I
me!
smudged for you twice. That was your own fault.
Ugh, Gavel. Not her laughing, you bitch. That's crazy. The fact that she laughed is insane to me. She laughed at me after the fact that I fucking died. This bitch. She's a hoe for that. I hate her.
You just kept running back into the ghost ass. I smudged it. You
Ugh.
could just stuck it on the other side of the table and been fine.
Listen, I tried. I tried. I tried. La-da-da. Also, guys, I'm so excited because me and Mr. Lola are going on a date this weekend. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna go on a date, and I'm very excited. We're gonna go on a date, we're gonna go out to eat. But other than that, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what he's got planned. I don't know what he's got planned tomorrow. So, um, da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
You have everything to make sure you have Wraith.
Yes, I have it. I have the Wraith. I have the Ghosty. Wait, camel. Decompress.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for
I
you.
still can't believe I died to a fucking Wraith. I hate it. I hate it.
Wasn't showing me any of your circles or anything in the journal, so I can tell if you had it or not.
Oh yeah, I had it. I had it. Oh no. Oh! I'm my top. What are you saying? Oh no, girl. Oh, top. Peter told me that you were a snitch and a flop.
Alright, we're here.
If you're gonna allow,
Look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting
Wait,
the
what?
investigation.
I said if you're gonna lie like that, at least sound convincing and not like you're making it up on the spot.
You know what? You be quiet. Toph will always believe me anyway. Yeah, Toph. Tater told me that you were a flop and a snitch and a roach. So I was like, that's crazy. Not my Toph.
Also, I'm pretty sure it's correct.
Okay.
But not 100%. You just, I think it touched. I think it touched the groove.
Oh. Okay. Mind you, Tate has been up now. Tater, why have you? Okay, Tater, someone tuck Tater into bed. Tater, go to bed,
Oh, it's
bestie.
living room.
Bone's living room. Wait, where's the bone?
No, the ghost room.
Oh. I believe I got ghost orbs too.
No UV.
Did you find the bone or no?
Not yet.
Okay, no UV.
It's master bedroom next to the bed.
We have ghost orbs, by the way.
Between the bed and the wall of master bedroom is the bone.
Okay.
You're bringing spirit box?
Oh yeah.
Okay, do you want the
Oh wait,
better one?
actually, I will put this away. And then I will get, wait, what do I have? I have the candle. I'm gonna get the, motion sense. And then you can get the thingy. I was talking about being an event. Oh. Oh.
I could place the candle.
Oh, yes.
If you give me the camera, I could go get the bone.
Here. Oh. Now, thank you. Oh, did you take a picture of the EMF?
No, I did.
Not her hunting. Damn. Did you die, Camel? I heard the death sound. Yeah, you died. You dead as hell. Okay, well... I could try to bring you back with the tarot cards. Yes, we do, my top. Come join us. Did you not? Okay, you only got one sound. Okay. I don't know, bestie. I was not in there. I'm gonna bring a Crazy. Oh wait, I meant DVD. I'm sorry. I don't have Faz. I like watching you guys though. You should get in my top. I have 3 only. Girl, but you play DVD. I'm pretty sure it's a Revenant. Or an Omrio. Oh, wait, no. We got Ghost Orbs earlier. Ghost Orbs and Freezing. I didn't see dots. No EMF. So... I'm gonna check for dots. It could be a Revenant. I haven't seen dots. Oh. Wait, what evidence was that? Oh, it was a duplicate. Can you delete the duplicate? I have this, but never played it. I have salted caramel fudge. Listen. Oh, not you throwing that object, and I missed it. Hello? Thank you. Okay, I don't think it's dots because it would have shown me. Okay, ghostwriting and spirit box. It's not a revenant. Okay, hold on. Okay, we just need one more photo. Fucking hell, bro. Did it burn the crucie in there or no? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you?
A closing.
Thank you, Diva. Wait a minute. Hold on. My usual hiding spots are... Okay, let me go get the other crucie, actually. No, can't hunt with no one inside. Let's see. Okay, we need one more. Okay, I need this. I need this. Oh. Wait. Oh, I have the sound recorder. I was like, hold on. I need this. Okay. I could bring you back. Hold on. One second. Well, damn. Well, hold on. Where's the photo camera? Where Where is the photo camera? Hello? Right? Okay. You bitch. Hallway closet? No, it's locked. Both hallway closets are locked, I think. Um... Is it done? Is it done? Okay. I'm gonna try to bring you back, actually. Wait, what does the hermit card do? I forgot. I forgot. Give me... Okay, T. Okay, T. Oh, fuck ass bitch. You bitch. Oh my god. I got scared. You fuck ass bitch. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I didn't... Okay, well, I didn't get the fucking recording. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I need one more sound. And... I only have... Okay, did both crucies burn, by the way? Did both crucies burn? I don't know if they both burned. And I don't know where I dropped the sound recorder. Okay, I just hope that's not a duplicate. Oh my god, slay! Look at me! Look at me, guys! Oh my god. Y'all, look at me go. Y'all. Even if Camel died, I still survived. Oh my god. Okay, so you have Onryo, Camel? One in the living room still has both chargers, yeah. You have Onryo, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay. But yeah, my top, if you're still here, let me know. If you ever want to play. Plus, me and Camel will protect you, aka mostly Camel, but I'm a good teacher, I guess. Um, Okay, let's see. I don't think I had done Camp Woodwind yet. My ass hurts. Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. I don't know why that was stuck in my head, but it was.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up.
The shirt I was growing was bugged and I couldn't see the watch.
Oh, yeah.
When it changed.
Yeah, that's a bug.
W bug after the second quality of life update.
Wait. Yeah, and then also, if you get, you know how you can get close to, like, see, the thing? It turns black, and there's a bug where, there's a bug where, like, the camera turns black, and there's also a bug where, like, even if you try to record, there's a bug where it forces you not to record even though you're recording.
Yeah, there's a lot of bugs that we found. Like, multiple people can't use a thermometer at the same time.
Okay, I don't see any ghosty Orbeez.
I've got to the photo camera bug a couple times, and it had like a black cross on the screen, and I couldn't see most of the camera screen.
No monkey paw, no. Ouija, no. Thingy.
Music box in the room, I think.
Orbs? Can you see if it's orbs? Yeah, it's orbs. Did you find the bone yet, or no?
No.
Here's the camera. If you wanna look for the bone.
Dropping salt or UV.
Okay.
What's by your flashlight?
I hope it's... Oh. UV. Are we being messy? Well, yes. Oh, I don't have the video camera. Fuck. Right when I got the freaking camera, bro.
I think I switched rooms somewhere.
No, it's still in this room. I see ghost orbs still.
Why is it getting warmer?
I don't know. But I see ghost orbs here, so... Did you take a picture of the UV? Or no?
No, I did not. We
Yeah,
just need one photo.
I'm gonna leave the video cam here. Like the... If you wanna record. I need to capture a video of the ghost.
I got a standard video of the fire extinguish.
What? It's not gonna show UV? What the hell? Oh, here. After a photo. Where's the... Okay. Also, I think you got a duplicate. Okay, never mind. We need to take a
Yeah, the
video.
last video has to be of the ghost.
Yeah. I don't have a smudge. I'm gonna die.
I have no clue how it didn't kill me. It was chasing me and I was right next to it and I got into the tent and it just let me live.
Lucky you. Da, 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 da.
If it's not mimic orbs, it's either Cormos or Ibake.
What are you doing in my
Oh my gosh, Ray! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Fuzzy. How was your stream? How was DVD? For those who don't know who I am, my name's Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but I do play a lot of other games like Stardew Valley, Phasmo. We do play Genshin Impact occasionally. I haven't played it much in a while, but we do play that. We also do play a lot of story games. Right now we're on Resident Evil Revelations 2, which is gonna take me a good bit, but oh, Spirit Box. Okay.
Spirit box.
It's a Cormos. But yeah, ghost hunting is really good, and I'm glad that you had a good stream. How was your, what were you guys playing? Were you guys playing DVD? Yes, you guys were playing DVD. And if you guys have to, like, raid and run and stuff, that is completely fine. I do appreciate you guys for being here. I met Ray. I don't even remember how I met you, Ray. I think we met, like, through social media or through DVD somehow. But I do appreciate you for being here.
Almost or mimic, but it was not close to freezing at all. I'm gonna wait in the truck for a couple minutes to let the room cool down a bit, and then if it's still not freezing, it's gonna be Cormos.
Okay, Camel,
This way
thank
we can
you.
safely guess either mimic or Cormos.
I think DVD, but honestly, social media is also a big potential. Yeah. 1,000%. Because we met somehow, but it's either one of those two for sure. But yeah, WFaz, I saw that they re-added, yes, they did. Yes, they did. They did add restricted maps. Waiting, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Okay, Camel. I'm just yapping. But yeah, they added the restricted maps. The only issue that I have right now with Phasmo is the bugs. And like, so for example, like I kind of wish that I was alive so I could show you guys, but so basically like sometimes like when you're trying to like record a video, it won't let you record even though even though you are recording, and but it'll let your like friends record, and then like and then there's like another bug where it won't like let you have like the same um it won't let you have like the same like a this like a thermometer out at the same time. It has to be like one or the other. And then like sometimes like if you're like recording in like some spots, so like for example, if I was like to record like for dots prior to coming in, like it'll show like a black screen unless you like scoot back a little bit, and then like it'll kind of do the same thing. But there's like a lot of bugs here, like, but I mean it's just I don't know, like there's like so many bugs here that I'm kind of just like, dang, like why? Um, let's see. What does Mimic need? Oh, it needs freezing. So it could be a potential Mimic, like Camel said. But yeah, also, like I said, if you guys have to, like, raid and run and stuff, that is completely understandable. I also, let's see, there's no terror guys. I just spilt your drink everywhere? No! That sucks. I am so sorry. I'm also live on TikTok as well. What drink was it? I hope it wasn't a good drink. Because I would hate that. I would hate that if it was like a really good drink and then like you'd spent your money on it and then you just like spilt it everywhere. That would suck. Honestly. Leftover milkshake? No. I hate that. I hate that so much. See, especially if you want to enjoy it, you like literally would just, yeah, it's a lot. Girl, I feel you. It's the sticky. Do you have like hand wipes or anything? Do you have any hand wipes? Maybe I gotta check. Yeah, make sure you double check just so that way you can like just wipe the stuff. Also, I think ads might be, it's Mimic. Okay. Let me just get this and then circle Mimic. Okay, I got Mimic circled, Camel. I think ads are starting soon, so maybe I'll start ads. Yeah, ads are starting in like 2.5 minutes, so I'm gonna run the ads really quickly. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom anyway, so I'm gonna go start ads, and then I'm also gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna also take my meds. I also need to clean up my area under my desk because I just realized that there was I guess my man had left some like crumbs while eating at my desk one night. So I will be back and clean that up, and I just realized it was dirty. So I will be back and I will see you guys in like 3 to 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Oh, wait, you know what? Hold on. What's that bouquet? The bouquet? Um, bouquet? Okay, hold on. I was supposed to give him that. What the fuck? Oh my god, look at how handsome Wesker is. Look at how handsome. Oh my god, this man can do things to me if he were real. Look, y'all. This man, oh my god. He can do shit to me. Like, I don't care. Oh. Bestie. Bestie. Oh my god. No. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Wanted to mourn me, but she wouldn't leave. He just like, I can crawl through his legs.
Damn.
Okay, there we go.
That's crazy.
I wasn't sure. He's like, are they gonna let me? Oh, damn, and the Wraith had to step on my head as well. Ooh.
Dang. That's wild.
Managed to tunnel. Hey, if I didn't get dead hard value... That sucks.
Sir, not you getting on the Mori, hello? That's crazy. Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see that I was trapped between a zombie and them. Oh, not you vanishing. Not you vanishing, Daisy. Guys, I'm gonna flop. Yes, heal me.
Oh, yeah.
Shoulder?
Great. Yeah.
Shit. That's clutch.
Just be careful because you're on death, then.
He's coming back. Good.
M2 doesn't count. Nice.
Okay. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna pull... Jax, do you want me to pull you?
Yep, let's work on this gen.
Fuck.
I got proof.
Oh no.
Yes.
I like puzzles. I got this. I believe. Oh. Please help me. I just want to do this puzzle in peace. I just like puzzles.
Oh, Bestie! Okay, first of all,
That is your fault.
First of all, I didn't know it was gonna do that.
That's your fault.
I didn't know it was gonna do that. I just was like, what does this do? I wasn't expecting you to. Why did they make Trickster's hair look like that? Hello? Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Also, guys, Mr. Lola said that he might get us some food. Oh. Not you being a creep. Not you just standing here being a creeper. That's crazy. Oh. Not you standing still, girl. Do you want to do a restricted map or no? Wow. Okay. Do you want to do a restricted map, Camel, or no? Whatever map I want? Girl! You know, I'm surprised they didn't add one. Wait, what are these two? Okay, what are these, like, two empty sticky notes? Like, are these, like, for potential, like, restricted Grafton maps and Bleeds for Bleedsdale? Or, like, what? Okay, we can do prison.
I know I said every map, any map you want, but not that one.
Girl? Okay.
I did not like that map when we played it last night.
Okay, well, okay, fine, we can do Neil Steiner.
I think we'll.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look.
Sorry, I seen the gorilla bar when you got back.
Oh. Where is the bone? Oh, also, if anyone from chat wants to join, they're more than welcome to.
Bone is brick.
Right here.
Wait, where?
It's in the corner of the room.
Your new camcorder arrived! Ooh, let's go! I love that for you.
This might be the ghost room. Again, every time we play this map. .8. They also put throw something around here, so it probably is just this room.
It's this room or the other room?
Could be this one, but I'm hearing it throw stuff and I don't see it.
.4K, 60 FPS, 16 times zoom. Oh my god. What brand is it, Ace?
It should just... Wait, it might be out here.
Oh.
Either out here or in that room. No. I'm leaning towards out here, because in there is always cold. Yes, it was just in there.
Damn it. I died. I died at the entrance. Mm-mm-mm. I feel like Camel's disappointed in me. Because I'm always dying. Okay, let's go watch Camel. Oh, our sanity was like super low too. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Oh wait, where did Camel go? I'm over here munching away on my food.
Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
Mm-mm-mm.
How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
Mads, thank you for the finger heart. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for liking the live on TikTok. Thank you, thank you.
Personally, guessing the ghosts and leaving, I do not care enough. We're trying to figure out which room it is between these, like, 5 rooms.
Okay, well, I'm gonna guess a spirit. I'm gonna guess a here. A mare, maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna guess a random ghost. I'm gonna guess a random ghost. Okay, I just guessed a mare, Camel. If you hear me. Hi, my shitsy. How are you, my shitsy? Also, I don't know what he... Wait. Okay, it's not an Oswong. Okay. It's... Okay, I'm just gonna guess a mare. Or is it Miley? How was your day, Shiesty? No, Goryo? Goryo. Okay, I'm gonna just guess Goryo. Because he also guessed Goryo.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
How's the new quality of life update? It's buggy, but it's not as buggy as when the like big update happened. So it's not as bad, but there's still lots of bugs in it. Hi, my Troy. I love you so much, my Troy. Okay, let's not do that map again. We can do... We haven't done Edgewood tonight, so we can do that. But I do have 2 open spots, so if anyone wants to join, they're more than welcome to join.
I can't believe we got Goryo, right?
I was gonna guess Mare, but then I was like, I will just go with whatever decision you do.
Well, I knew it wasn't Halfling because of the hunt itself. It's pretty boring, so I figured I might as well do that. Because I always hung around the same area too.
Okay. No music box, no tarot cards.
It is or isn't tarot?
It is not. No BG. I don't see it. Unless BG spawns elsewhere. No monkey's paw. No monkey's paw. Okay.
I think it's this room.
Okay. Is a breaker down here or what? Tempting? You should join.
How old are you? How old are you? Where 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 are you?
I had to get off at 11, but yes, you can join us for a game. checking upstairs just in case. What is this? Where is this ghost? Hello? Or where's the bone exactly? That's my question. Am I like just blind or what? Oh. Did you find the bone? It's voodoo doll, by the way. Ghost writing? No salt. Interesting. At least not yet.
Steps that went beneath your feet.
Oh.
But I don't know when it did. I never heard it.
I haven't heard it. I didn't hear it either.
You're no sanity, by the way.
Wait. What? Ace, what? You asked if you were blind. Oh! Listen! Listening to someone you can't do being blind. Now, Breezy! Girl! Please! I mean, you asked. I respect you enough to not lie to you. Listen, y'all, Camel, they said that I'm blind.
I believe it.
Stop!
I think the ghost changed rooms.
That's crazy! Y'all, you see, y'all are...
Yeah, the ghost is in here now.
Y'all are bullying me. See, this is what I deal with on a daily basis.
You choose to hang out with me, it's your own fault. You choose.
Well, wait, where'd you put the other thing? Hello?
One of them is on the window, and then one of them is on the wall.
Oh.
To the window, to the wall, to the structures down my balls.
Oh!
You are welcome. How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
That's crazy. That is insanity, actually. Oh. Okay. Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you young? Are you old? Are you near? Where are you?
You might want to take sanity by the.
Oh my fucking god. This ghost loves me. This ghost fucking loves me for some odd reason, and I hate it. Sure, I can add that as a flavor. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ooh, Flopiano.
No UV.
Maybe, okay, well. Wait, did it switch rooms again?
I don't think so anymore. I think it just interacted in that room. Maybe.
Oh. Girl.
I can't tell.
Well, don't you have the little thermometer?
Yeah, and it's like a little colder than it was in there, but I don't know, because it also went back up to 13.
Where is it? Oh, wait. Where's the thermometer?
You better just guess shade and leave. EMF 5.
Mm. Okay. Ghostwriting. EMF 5. It could be a shade. Fuck. I'm pretty sure it's a shade. I'm pretty sure it's a shade. You want to just go with shade and then leave?
Yeah. Don't delete that sound if you're just leaving. I wonder if the ghost didn't do shit.
Ugh, I hate shades.
Welcome back. There's
Oh my
some
god.
for you.
Who would have thought? Shades are so boring. Yeah, it's like mine and Camel's like least favorite ghost, and I'm like, I hate it. Let me also add that latte flavor. Ace. Give me a second. Okay, you want a blueberry cobbler. Blueberry cobbler. Blueberry cobbler. Okay. Do you mind if I just put like blueberry cobbler as the flavor? Or with like or blueberry cobbler oops, with vanilla cold foam. Okay, I'll do that much. Or I can do a espresso. Wait. Okay. Okay, so I just put blueberry cobbler espresso with vanilla cold foam as the flavor. Oh, also, do you still want to join, honey? Sorry, I keep calling you honey. Do you still want to join, Ray? I can put the code in the chat. Yeah. There you go. There's the code. You want to be Sunny Meadows? That's torture. Hi, Ray.
Hi.
How are you?
I am good. How are you both?
I'm doing good.
I'm good.
Yippee!
Wait, are we friends on Steam, by the way, Ray? I don't know if we are.
We should be. Let me double check.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, I'm pretty sure we are, but
We are indeed.
Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't know if we were. Okay. Okay, Willow. Oh my god, I think this is our first time playing Phasmo together, Ray.
I think you're right. I'm so excited.
You know, it's usually just me and Camel and like one other person, but my normal duo is usually sleeping, so he doesn't usually join us until like later at night.
Right.
Okay, no music box. No, did you find the bone?
I did find the bone.
Okay, cool. Oh, wait, did you pick it up or do you want me to?
Oh, I got it.
Oh, okay, you got it. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, I was like, oh my god.
I didn't know if you grabbed a photo camera or not.
Yeah, I normally take pictures and stuff, but I'm like, like the bone and the first object are the first two things that I tend to look for.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Is this your first time on the new map? The this one or the
No,
rework?
it's not.
I
On the
love
rework of
Oh,
sorry, I forgot the thing would be off.
okay, I don't see any things. Oh, living room. We have dots.
It's venting.
Leave for 2 seconds. There's already an event.
Okay. I'm gonna get another video camera. Oh. That's crazy. It evented as soon as I stepped out of the house. Oh my god. That's so funny.
Got all the photos.
Do we have EV? No EV. Okay. We have dots. No EV. Oh. Well, I guess Camel's got the... Okay, let's see. And then... Wait, did we get the Aspire English? No.
Did I get any of them?
Yes, you got the translucent ghost.
Okay,
Nice.
okay. Heck yeah. Oh, lovely.
We could mess with the monkey paw for the last video.
I mean, I'd rather not risk anything, because we already have all the stuff besides one video. You just need the ghost at this point.
Wait. Because we only have dots, right?
How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
Mm. Go Starbs, go Starbs. It's a Yuri.
I see. Did you guys want me to delete the burn crucifix?
Oh.
No.
Okay. Double checking.
If we waited around, we could see the Yuri use its ability. The Yuri is the only ghost that can close the front door outside of a vendor hunt. You just close it like any other door.
Well, I was gonna say.
I've seen it once. Ever.
Wait, do ghost orbs cost more for the video?
I think we have everything.
Yeah, because I have a motion sense video, but if ghost orbs
good to
cost
know.
a little bit more, then I can take a video of it real quick.
Closing other doors.
Okay, move those doors to both all the way open and close.
Okay, I think we're good. Fuck that ghost. Okay. You guys got your eraser cooled? We did it. We did it. BG's on the couch, Breezy.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Let's go. Let's see. Okay.
Can you take your igniter off?
Oh, me?
Wait, never mind it.
Oh. Because I was about to say, I'm like, I don't think I brought anything.
Yeah, I think.
I've got mine on. I can disable anything like
no,
the
that's
igniter.
fine. You're a higher level, so you'll have higher tier equipment.
I was about to say, I'm like, I don't think I brought anything. I'm like, I'm just here.
Yeah. Well, in the match, we only had 2 of the tier 3 igniters from my loadout, because I forgot to put on another one.
Okay, what map do y'all want to do now?
I am good with whatever.
Okay, let's do Camp Woodwind. I haven't done that in a few matches.
Where you died.
Listen, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about me dying on this map, okay? It's always this map too.
This is gonna be the time.
It was chasing me and then somehow lost me as it was right next to me. I think it, because that big pool in the middle, it didn't see me go into the tent. And so I got away from it.
I don't see any orbs, so we can go in.
Some new circle.
Sometimes the bone spawns in there. I don't see it.
It might be there, but
Okay, no Orbeez just yet.
Someone is by the blue tent, by the way.
I got it.
Mind your bet there. Really throwing pans at us.
UV
Where?
inside. How old are you?
In a tragic death.
Okay, spirit box.
Your UV spirit box.
Heck yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, I took a picture of this footprint and the hand.
Nice. Very nice. Oh my god.
Oh, God. It invented, and I should have taken a video.
Let's see the font. Oh, okay.
How old are you? Where are you? How old are you?
Act of hate
Where are you?
a close encounter.
How old are you?
An elderly individual. An elderly.
Alrighty. Polty, cute. Love a Polty.
Didn't count Ghost Raiding or spirit box. Fuck you. How old are you?
Did it count the firelight?
No, it's in my journal when I did that.
Oh.
Wait, can you light the candle again? The firelight?
And we could delete a photo to get a Ghost Raiding photo.
I think we got a ghost writing photo. Oh wait, no we didn't. I lied.
Here, we can delete the footprint.
We also need a photo of the ghost. I mean, video of the ghost.
Oh. Okay, well, we can delete the object thrown video.
And we need a average setting of 25.
Oh. Okay.
Crouching, thinking it's my sprint button.
Nice. Nice job. I was gonna report.
I didn't do it.
Oh.
No, I got the video. But the ghost shows them, not me. So we can go, I think.
Ray, you let Ray die?
The ghost went for Ray, and then as I was running over to Smudge, they died.
How dare you?
It's the ghost's fault. I was closer to it, but it went for Ray, not me. So blame the ghost.
Oh.
Blame Alex Taylor, double name bitch.
Oh! Wait! Did Fran join in chat and I missed her hello?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Did Fran, did I miss your hello? I'm so sorry if I did.
Fred's been here for a bit.
Fran, I'm so sorry. I don't want you to think that I ignored you. I'm so sorry. I was just here. You Zay, don't lie, because I said hi to you, Zay. No. Don't play. I said hi to you, and you said, I guess. You said, I guess. Girl, no. Don't, see.
The sass.
See, I can pull up your chat logs. You said, I guess. Like, girl, don't play with me. You said, I guess. I said hi, Zay, and you said, now you want to be all dramatic and being like, I guess. Girl. Okay, well, since you died, do you want to do one more?
Yeah, I'll do one more and then I'll head off.
Okay. Let's do Tanglewood. It's okay. Thank you for understanding, my Fran. I'm so sorry that I missed you.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of
But how are you, my Fran? You're gonna head to bed? Ooh, okay, no worries. Can someone tuck Fran into bed? Or no, not Fran, Toph, I mean. Sorry. I meant Toph, not Fran. You're in game, so don't worry about it. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for understanding. You know. Okay, that's a hiding spot. Oops. Onto the mirror. Oh. And oh, hello. But yes, guys, I... Okay. I'm coming. But guys, guess what? Me and Toph are gonna be duoing soon, right when I come back from break. We're gonna be trioing for like an early birthday. Ghostwriting. To bed too. Of course. Good night, my friend. No, you. Oh,
Ooh,
Evie.
footprints.
How old are you?
An elderly individual.
Oh.
Another Bolty.
Second time tonight we got the same ghost one.
Witness a ghost event, video, and firelight. Wait, do we have a firelight?
An elderly victim.
Okay, we know you're an elderly victim. Wait, let me tuck in Fran to bed. Oh, wait. Sorry. I did the wrong thing. I was like, Fran. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, do we need a video of the ghosts? Oh, 3 unique videos, okay. La da 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 da.
Videos. Is this there on your screen?
I got scared. I was like, it's hunting? Great. One of them is gonna die. No. No.
Well, that could be everything.
Oh, like all the videos and stuff too?
Yep.
Oh. Okay. That was quick. Oh my god. Okay.
5.5 minute game.
That was so fun.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Heck yeah. Thank you for the game.
Of course. If you ever, oh, I also need to reach out to you, Ray, because I've been wanting to reach out to you, for like a future duo day or something.
Ooh, that would be so fun.
Yes, we can do Phasmo or DVD, whatever you like, but, yeah, I've been like meaning to reach out to you, so like you can reach out, or if you want to reach out to me on Discord, you can.
Of course. Whatever works.
But yes, thank you for the games.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your night, and hopefully your games go well.
Thank you. Sleep well. Bye.
I remember you said when you said it's gonna be a shorter stream 2 hours ago.
You know what? I know. We can do, okay, we can do like 3 more games on stream. And then, oh, I've been on for, okay, let's do like maybe, actually this, how about this? We can end it on your favorite map and then we can play more off stream.
I mean, keep on playing, but you end stream, or?
Well, no. We're gonna play this last game on stream and then keep playing after I end.
Yeah, but like, do you mean we aren't gonna stop playing? We're just gonna keep on going?
Wait.
You're just ending, or are we taking a break from Phasmophobia for you to end and then coming back later?
Oh no, I'm not gonna take a break. No, I'm not taking a break. I'm gonna be playing like more. But I'm just saying this is gonna be my last game on stream, but we're gonna be playing more off stream with no breaks. If that makes sense. Wait, do I need to add anything?
If there's something you see that you want to add, you can.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll.
Like, I think.
Oh wait, should I tier up something or no? Because I think I have enough money to tier up.
Probably.
I have I have like $9,000. So.
What all can you do?
Wait. Before I add the igniter, let me check. Okay, so I can tier up my flashlight, EMF, ghostwriting, webcam, UV, spirit. Ooh, excuse me, spirit box. So basically, all the main equipment, I can tier up with the exception of the thermometer. And then in the optional equipment, I can tier up the motion sense, igniter, parabolic, photo camera, sanity, sound sensor, and tripod.
I'd do igniter and ghostwriting for sure.
Okay, and then you said ghostwriting?
Yeah. And the rest you can either save to make sure you have money for loadouts or just upgrade other stuff.
Okay. Okay, let's see. And then my loadouts. And then, oh wait, are you bringing EMF and dots already or no?
Yes.
Okay.
All optional stuff besides thermometer UV. I have tier 3 and I'm bringing it.
Oh wait, you're already bringing ghostwriting. Okay.
And you don't have to bring that flashlight.
Oh.
I don't use one. The tier 3 one is just for you.
Okay, and then oh wait. Okay, and then I'll bring 2 igniters. And then I'll bring 1 motion sense. Okay, and then okay.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
We've
Get
arrived.
set up before investigating. We've had no reports of violence, but keep an eye out.
Oh, I guess I didn't bring an extra camera. That's okay. Wait, what's her name? Marsha? 3 unique videos. Okay. Da, 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 da. Also, welcome back from ads, friends. I'm sorry about the ads from earlier. Hi, Nix.
This was the bedroom in the hallway that you just walked by me at.
Well, you said what?
This is the ghost room, and it's also not Yuri.
Oh, okay. I was just in here.
It's 10 degrees, and it touched the door.
Oh. Ghost orbs? I'm gonna look for the bone and stuff.
Did you turn your light on in the closet?
No.
It's not me.
But how are you doing, Nix? How are you feeling? Okay, sore but healing. Yeah, that's fair. What about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just playing some Faz with Camel.
UV.
Okay. It's a first object is music box upstairs. Nix also said hello.
Hello.
Where the fuck is that room? Oh, it's over here. Oh, God. I'm gonna get more, salt. But, yeah, we should also link up to play some games soon, too. Yeah, I haven't been streaming, but I'm down to play games still. I'll be back to stream next week too. Yeah, just let me know. I know you play a lot of simulator games, so we can do Supermarket Simulator. I know Supermarket Simulator is a co-op now, so... Um, can you grab some, can you grab the last webcam without the thingy, and then I have salt already, or I'm gonna grab salt. I have the candlelight too. Yeah, I haven't played multiplayer yet either, so, my last day of streaming, at least on Twitch anyway, is gonna be Monday night, so if you wanted to play with me Monday night, we can.
Here's that video camera on the ground for you.
Okay.
So are you like fully done on Twitch or just taking a break?
Just taking a small break. Oh wait, hold on. Where's the video camera? Oh, here. I'm just taking a small break. But I mean, because I want to grow on like other platforms like TikToks, so. Oh, I just got a duplicate. Unit 4. Yeah, dots?
Oh, okay, one of the Banshee target.
Oh? Do you have all the photos or no?
I have all the sounds. I haven't done photos. But we can just get EMF reading and be done. Wait, we need one video.
One video of what?
Anything.
Oh.
We just need to prevent it from hunting, which we get that video and then cleanse it. So I'll go get incense.
Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure you're the Banshee target.
Okay.
So it will go for you and hunt instead of me.
I hate that.
And I'm pretty sure hunt's based off of your sanity, not average sanity.
Ugh. Let me know where to watch your future streams. So I can come support.
What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Like, you just looked like straight up at me.
Yeah. Because you got a big ass forehead. Yeah, I'll be on TikTok mainly, during like my Twitch break, so dang it, I didn't get that video. I couldn't get the hunting video because she kept moving. Okay, I'll be there as much as I can. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I like I'm not gonna stream there as often, but like I'll probably stream like a lot of Phasmo and then like maybe some cozy games, but
I almost died. She just started hunting from the fucking closet.
oh.
Because I just go to the ghost room, I start using the incense to get the objective. All of a sudden she starts hunting. And she's
Oh.
hunting in the hiding spot that I was in. Like she started from inside of the hiding spot.
Oh, that's
And I
crazy.
was at the very like last second of my smudge, so if I hadn't cleansed the area of the ghost just for the objective, I would have died. Yeah, all over the rest of her media could just be crucifix.
Oh, okay. Also, Nix, I just saw your DMs. I'll respond to
Photo
them.
camera inside, right?
Yes. I think it's like somewhere in like that pile near the book.
I have it. Did you get that video?
No. I'm trying to get a hunting video. I mean, if you want to place that camera like right outside, like where it was. Wait, did you fucking die? Oh no. Oh, no worries. Oh. Oh, I got the last video. Okay, we got everything, Camel. I got the motion sense video instead of the hunting.
No, we're deleting that. I just set up everything for you to get that video you wanted. I have all the crucifixes moved, I have the breaker back on, I have a camera set up in the living room for you to record it while I loop it.
Okay, well, can you turn... Oh. It's hunting right now. Or at least it should be. Okay, I got it. Oh my god, Camel is the best. She's done hunting, by the way. W Camel, yes.
Like, oh, I want a hunting video. I don't want a burn crucifix video, which could have taken 2 seconds. I want a hunting video, so I go around spending a whole minute getting everything ready for you, and then like, oh, I got a motion sense video. We could leave.
Listen. You still love me anyway. Okay, you got Banshee?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
W, okay. I'm gonna go hide in a corner real quick, and then I'm gonna raid out, and then we can play some more after.
Alright.
Ooh, there's a Pokemon. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate that. Um, and thank you to everyone who hung out, lurked, chatted a little bit. I was like locked into some games, so I didn't see everyone's messages until later. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Let's see. Um, let's see. Who do I want to raid? Who do I want to raid? Let me see who I can raid. To
Oh, as if.
Thank you for redeeming your daily attendance and your daily lattes. Also, PCG, I hate you. Oops. PCG, I hate you. I'm gonna get some food. Okay, no worries, Camel. I'm gonna just raid out real quick. Let's see. Uh, hmm. You know what? I don't think I've raided my friend Tanika in a while, so we're gonna go raid our friend Tanika. She is playing Palia. I know it's different from what we were playing tonight, which is Phasmo, but um, for all our cozy gamers out there, if you guys want, there are also drops happening. Um, and if you guys want to like tune in for that or like watch someone who like is like helping you sleep, she's got like she's someone who like will like has like a really soft voice and like she can like put you to sleep like really quickly. But here's the Discord, guys. If you guys want to join, oh, I cannot type. Here's the Discord if you guys want to join. Also, if you guys are tuning in on TikTok, um, feel free to come over to the purple app. You can never. Oh, interesting, Camel. Anyways, here are my socials as well. So if you guys want to follow me on all social media platforms, there it is. Um, and then we're also let me play some music too. I feel like every time I don't play music, I let's see. Um, oh, wow, okay. My freaking Apple Music was being dumb, but you know, it is what it is. Also here are the raid message. Oh, here are the raid messages, guys. If you guys are not subscribed, copy and paste the very first message with the girl sipping tea. And then if you guys are subbed, you guys can copy and paste the raid messages with my personalized emotes. And we're gonna go raid my friend Tanika. Thank you for stream. I was lurking, wifey. Have a good night. Thank you, my super hot wife. Thank you, my wifey. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Ting Tofu. Ting Tofu is a cozy streamer. And also, thank you, Ray, for the raid tonight. I do appreciate that. I will see you guys tomorrow for some Resident Evil Revelations 2. We'll be playing that a little bit more tomorrow. And then also on Monday is going to be my last stream on Twitch for a while. Um, And then, but I will still be streaming on TikTok, guys. So if you guys follow me on TikTok, I will be streaming there as well. I will be streaming there occasionally, from time to time, but not 100%. And then I might stream here on Twitch for Tater's tournament. If you guys don't know who Tater is a wonderful content creator. And I'm going to be participating in his tournament, so I might come out of hiatus for that and that only here on Twitch, but other than that, I'm going to be on a hiatus for a couple months until like early November. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll be back on Monday. I'll probably do like a really long stream on Monday, so be on the lookout for that. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.